strategies to update what is happening with our field and to know what is the trend that is happening right now. And that skills is very important than ever. So talking about searching skills, there is a framework. It was developed by Gusenbauer and Hathaway. It was developed in 2021 when the pandemic struck us. So when the COVID-19 becomes a global pandemic, there was also many publications that discuss or study the pandemic. There was an epidemic. So there are many publications that are distributing. So with that phenomena, Gusenbauer and Hathaway create this search triangle. This should be used particularly for you, the graduate students. All of these search is useful to support your research. So this search triangle is consisted of 3 angles. The first one is the goal. So the goals is related, why am I searching? So this related to your aim. So see, in this search triangle, there are 3 types of search. The first one is lookup. The second one is exploratory. And the third one is systematic. These search types have different values, have different goals, have different search methods. So we will go to the second element, the system. Systems related to the question of what am I searching with? So it deals with the databases, it deals with the search engines. So the system covers those elements. The third one is heuristic. It related to a question of how am I searching? So this heuristic deals with the methods you use when you are searching through the system, that either the database or the search engine. So we can see in the middle of the triangle, there is a red note match. It implies that when you are focusing on a certain goal, you have to align your goal with the correct system. You have to choose the system that supports your goal. And then you have to find the appropriate method that support the system. So this kind of triangle cannot be separated. So you have to align those elements, either goals, either the system and the heuristics or the methods. So these elements should match. So when you are using this search triangle, actually you are developing your knowledge. So at the right corner, you can see that there is a cyclic element. When you are using either the search triangle element, you are actually training your skills, developing your knowledge. So when you are attending this session, you are actually developing your knowledge as well, because you know that there are several types of search. There are different kinds of databases you can use. You can try different methods that can be used to support your search. So this is basically a framework that is very useful for every, even not just the librarians, but every researchers. Because in the end, every researchers will use every type of search, use different kinds of databases, have to use different kinds of methods. So this framework is very useful, and I encourage you to train your skills using this search triangle. So, like I said, that framework was developed in 2021. When the pandemic hit, there was infodemic. But now we are facing another phenomena. With generative AI comes in different formats, offer very different features that can support your research. Then where is the position of AI tools in this framework? Because we have to update it with the current technologies, with the current developments. So we will reflect on this while we go through discussing further about each element. So, like I said, I encourage you to ask whenever there is something you want to ask. So we don't have to wait until the end of the session. So let's discuss with the first one, the goals, what I want to find. So this is a comparison among these search types, the lookup, the exploratory, the systematic. When we use lookup, we actually have to answer a core question, what is specific thing? So when you choose lookup type, lookup search type, then you already have something in mind, something specific you want to retrieve. You've already know that a particular domain, but there is something you miss. You want to recall something that you think, I know it, but I forgot it. So that is lookup search is for. Something specific you want to be reminded of. And then there is exploratory. This is particularly very useful when you have the core question like, what do I need to learn about this topic? So exploratory search is a kind of searching with a holistic view. But the aim is you want to learn that domain. So you have to, you use many different databases, many different methods so that you can gain a lot of, you can collect a lot of information and learn from it. And then the third one is systematic. This search type is useful when you have a core question of what does this evidence say about this topic. So a holistic view, but in the end, you have to synthesize of what you find. So there is a slightly different way of exploratory and systematic. When you do exploratory search, your aim is to learn. But when you do a systematic search, your aim is to synthesize, to make a conclusion, to find the answer based on lots of evidences. So, like I said, we emphasize learning process in the exploratory, on the exploratory type of search. And then what I want to highlight here is also the dominant heuristic. Like I said, heuristic is a method, the way you want to find that particular information. in the lookup type search, you know that specific information, like what is the when was Buckminster Fuller came up with knowledge doubling curve? Was it in 1981 or 2020, 2022? If you don't, you recall something, but you are not sure enough of what is the exact information, then you come up with the lookup search. Or when you know there was one paper that was discussing about information literacy framework, but I don't recall what is the title of that particular paper. You only have the data of the TOI number. That was a lookup search also. So a lookup is something specific you want to retrieve. So when you conduct an exploratory search, the dominant way to find information is wayfinding. Wayfinding is like when you are browsing through a database, and then when you find that particular paper, and then there was a notification of related papers, and you find that related papers is relevant, and you take and then you eventually read that paper, it is called wayfinding. So there is no specific method you determine in the in the first session of finding literatures, but in the end you can find related pattern, or you can find related literatures that guide you to other information that is relevant to your research. That is called wayfinding. And then there is snowballing. Snowballing is like when you have qualitative study, and then you have to find informant. From one informant, they suggest another informant. That's like growing the number by getting the recommendation from one particular paper. Snowballing is like having that kind of collecting informants in qualitative study. And then post-query filtering. Post-query filtering is like when you search for a database and then you find that there are specific things you want to focus on. Let's say when you use Scopus to find literatures, there are many aspects that cover that particular domain. For example, information, artificial intelligence, for example. When you search for artificial intelligence in Scopus, then you will see that there are many disciplines that cover that topic. Social science also discuss about artificial intelligence. The computer science also discuss about this artificial intelligence. So when you do post-query filtering, you can focus on which aspect you want to aim. For example, since my domain is library science, I should filter those literatures based on my research. My research is related to library science. So post-query filtering is like working like that. And then there is pearl growing. Pearl growing is a method where you find one paper, and then based on the references, you get more related papers by tracking the citations. Remember that is just by observing or studying one paper, you can find other related papers. Okay, the third one is systematic search. In systematic search, you have to build a search block. When later on we will discuss about PICO framework and how we can construct or design a literature search systematically. We will go further on later session, Pak Heri. Okay. And then there is hand searching. Hand searching in systematic search is like you have to find the relevant, the prominent journals in your study or in your domain, and then you read all the table of contents, and then you find which ones is relevant to my research. So hand searching is a complement of database search. When you use database search, you have to have your query or keywords to input in that database. But in hand searching, it's like a conventional way of finding literatures. Another comparison among the three is the suitable system. When you want to conduct a lookup search, you can just use Google. It's an extensive indexing system, so you can almost find anything in Google. However, it has different quality if you want to use Google. And then when you want to conduct an exploratory search, you can find many systems, including Google search, and then there is AI-based tools like Elicit. Anyone use Elicit or familiar? Okay. Research Rabbit? Does anyone use or ever heard about Research Rabbit? No?
We know about Rabbit, right?
Not with the Research Rabbit. Semantic Scholar? Has anyone used? Yes. Semantic Scholar is actually, I think, the first search engine that developed it's AI. Yeah, it's AI. The technology is way much higher than Google Scholar, because in Semantic Scholar they put NLP technology in that, and in that Google's in that search engine, so it gives recommendation. Sometimes it gives summary of the content of this that particular paper. And then for the systematic search, we usually use database, scholarly or academic databases like Scopus, Web of Science, Lens, Dimensions, and other specialized databases. So this is the summary of the comparisons among those three methods or search types. So there is one question. With the emergence of AI tools like Elicit, does anyone use SciSpace? Okay. What do you think about SciSpace? Ah, cool. Great. Yes. Elicit and SciSpace is widely used for literature search. However, there is a critical question arises. are they good enough to replace manual database search in systematic literature review? So there is one study conducted by Petrescu et al. In 2024. So they made a comparison of two conventional databases, Scopus and Web of Science, and then they made a comparison with Elicit, which is AI-based, and SciSpace, which is AI-based also. And they made a comparison based on the accuracy, the quality, the uniqueness, and qualified uniqueness. Qualified uniqueness is like which literatures it can only be found in that particular tool, and are those papers are indexed or published in prominent journals. So based on these parameters, they made a comparison of the four tools. And here's the finding. It's so based on his finding, he found that the strength of AI tools is uniqueness. Elicit achieved 80% uniqueness, means they identify literatures that are not identified when we use database search. And then there is I want to highlight here is the AI limitation also, that when you use Elicit and SciSpace and compare it with Scopus and Web of Science, Elicit shows 56% lower accuracy, while SciSpace only 33%. So if we reflect on these findings, that we can conclude that systematic literature search is still important when you want to conduct systematic literature review. Even if there are AI tools that can be used to help you find literatures for a systematic literature review, it just the comparison is not, what would you call that? It's still
complete or
yes.
yeah.
It's based on the completeness of the findings, then it is still recommended for you to do manual or conventional systematic literature search. Just don't rely or don't do over reliance on AI tools, because they might give you something not identified when you use a conventional method. But however, the conventional way of finding literatures is still very relevant, because once again, the completeness of the findings.
May I clarify?
Yes.
Yes. I think what Ipulis wants trying to say is, I just want to confirm that even AI is so much powerful.
Yeah.
Let's say this is rapid and then semantic scholars, but did you mean that even they are so powerful and modern, they can't cover too many database or too many papers that we can find? I mean, there will be some limitations for their search, even we use AI platforms.
Yes.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Based on the findings of the Petrescu is all study.
Yeah.
And it's quite recent, right?
Yeah.
It's not too not too old, the study. And there is another concerning the quality itself.
Mm.
We were talking about the completeness.
Yeah.
We also have to highlight the quality aspect. So SciSpace returned 0% rank or journal index result. So there is a quality issue in here when we use SciSpace.
Yeah.
So once again, if you want to conduct systematic literature review and then you want to make sure that the literatures you collected is, what would you call that? Valid or
Valid,
valid?
valid, yeah.
Okay,
Accurate, valid, yeah.
accurate.
The valid
Yes.
is questions, yeah.
So once again, it is better for you to use systematic literature search manually, not relying on AI tools.
Can I interrupt for a while? Can I interrupt for a while, yeah?
Yes.
This is very interesting, I think, colleagues, because when we search for papers and articles, especially for our research, you may ask yourself, I myself, especially when you have very limited time
Yeah.
to submit your paper or for any assignments, then you use like one of the AI platforms, any platforms, yeah, and then it appears they show you some research that you think is relevant. Minimum, oh, okay, it mentioned about the keyword that I entered,
Yeah.
and then okay, then we oh what, and then we think, okay, this is the very relevant, this, and then we cite it for our paper, for example. Based on that list information, that I think there's some quality issue as well. Have you also ever checked where it's coming from? What journals? Is it? Yeah, it's asking about the quality. Yeah. Or let's say it is indexed in one of the databases, Scopus, Web of Science, and everything. Yeah, something like that. Have you ever asked that question as well when we trying to find our papers? Have you think about it?
Anyone who wants to share their experience when using AI tools and finding the literatures? Have you ever assessed, is it the quality is good enough for me to cite? Or you just, as long as it's relevant with my topic, I will use it.
Yeah.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you conducting a systematic literature review or okay? It is it is very important for us to do manually. Is there anyone who currently working on systematic literature review? No. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Ah. Ah.
Mm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. 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 Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, that is. Um, AI tools offers many what you call ease of use.
Yeah.
Ease of use. However, you have to be very mindful about the validity of that suggestion or that answer. Sometimes I even have to recheck by reading the paper manually. Does anything related to my topic? Because sometimes they hallucinate, so they made it up just to get the answer that might be relevant. Yeah, making it up, making it up.
Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Um, different AI tools offer different ease. Somehow we don't know, like, what is the data they use to train their machine. Do they collect it from Google Scholar or any open access only publications? Or do they also retrieve or train the machine with publications that is paywalled, which
Right.
we actually have to pay when we have to read that full text? So that is the question we have to be aware of. Many dimensions of the AI tools that we have to be mindful with. Okay. Yes, please. Mm-hmm. Mm, based on my experience, when even I use AI to help my systematic literature review, I usually have to check the validity. I have to read it manually, or even if I want to use one AI tool or particular AI tools with the others. Sometimes, sometimes I do that. Yes, yes, and but in the end, it's your own responsibility to whether you use that or just blindly trust the AI to do the work, either finding the literatures, or, for example, reading the paper. It's all, in the end, it's your responsibility. What do you think, Dr. Heriyanto? He's my supervisor, right?
I'm your moderator now. That's you can trust 100% to any. I also have my own experience about using one of the most popular AI. Can I say the name? I don't know. So I think you also have been used as Scopus AI. Scopus AI. Yeah. It's a new feature from Scopus database. Yeah. So, but before I continue, I just want to make a disclaimer that I don't want to make creating a bad image for any platform. But what I believe is because it's the name is Scopus AI. So I believe it's from a relevant, valid, and it must be accurate. Gitu. Must be anything that's good. Gitu. But when I'm trying to, when I found out that it's a new tool, okay, I want to play around with it, and so I create some prompts, and then I enter my topics there. For example, my research is related to information literacy, and it does shows me some of research papers, yeah. But I also found that sometimes the paper that appears is from a journal that's no longer indexed in Scopus.
So
That's really funny for me. I think it's called Scopus AI. But when I check the source, okay, it's from this journal. But because I am a bit familiar with any journals, not any, but some of the journals that publish information literacy, because I've conducted this research since my doctoral degree. So this is kind of new journal. So I checked the journals and I checked to the database, Scopus database. And I was a bit surprised. Oh, it's no longer in Scopus AI. So why it appears here in Scopus AI? So yeah, so double check is always useful, important. And then I agree with Mbak Liz that then it comes to a decision whether you're going to use the articles or you keep searching other articles. Yeah.
I just got reminded. There was one lecturer that came to me and said that when he used Scopus AI, we were discussing about Scopus AI again. You might get different results from time to time. So when I use the same prompt, the same question today, and you want to, or even if you rerun the prompt, there is different result. So there's a bit. But when there is only several minutes of period gap, several result, and start questioning.
Yeah.
The period gap is about a day or two. It might be reasonable if you get different result, but if the gap is only several minutes, why do I get different result from Scopus AI?
Yes. I often do that. Yeah. Yeah. But I didn't mean that I didn't mean to say that Scopus AI is bad. No, it's still useful sometimes. For example, for any other purpose. For example, like finding the relevant theory for your research. Yeah, it's very helpful. Yeah, let's say you create a prompt that I want to research about AI literacy for high school, for university students. What theory that's relevant for this research? The Scopus AI will trying to find to looking at any relevant articles, and then it makes a resume and pick some of the relevant theory that you can use. So that's really helpful for any of you who are doing research and still looking for the best theory for your proposal or for your any kind of research. It is very useful. Yeah.
Our discussion about Scopus AI leads me to the next slide about systems. There are many systems are built today that we can use. Back in the days where we can only access databases, or even when we can only access library catalog to find information. What we are facing today is much, what would you call it? Highly tech support. So there are many systems that you can use just to find information. So I want to show you here. It's an overview of the databases and tools, or even search engines. The first academic database was developed in 1964. It was Web of Science. So Web of Science was developed way back before Scopus. And it is still becomes one of the prominent databases for literature search. But we can also see that aside from Web of Science or Scopus, there are many other databases that you can use. For example, PubMed, the blue dots, PubMed. It is also one of the most prominent databases, particularly when you are working on, or your field is on health sciences. And then there is the Lens. The Lens is one of the database that has collection or records on patents. So if you want to find patents, it is suggested you find it in the Lens. And then the one that might be mostly relevant is OpenAlex. It is developed in 2022. As by far that I know, this is the most comprehensive database. So there are many other databases you actually can use, not just Scopus, not just Web of Science. Another research made a comparison. Another paperwork by Gusenbauer. It was done in 2022. He made a comparison of many databases. So he collected what are the existing databases we have. Then he made a comparison of each databases based on their subject. So on the right side, you can see that there is legend here, where you can see text Medi, Sosi, Engi. That what's the subjects of each databases. So we can see that there are long list of databases we can use actually. And each databases have their own strength. This is the one that we have to keep in mind, that there are particular databases that are have a strong collection of engineering, for example, or medical science, for example. So when we use the database, make sure that you choose the right one that cover your subject. Because if you choose randomly, you might not get what you want. So this is why choosing the right database is very crucial when you are conducting a literature search. May I know the domain or the subject field of each of you? Okay. Uh-huh. Oh.
Oh.
Cool.
Focusing also. Honest. I have another double degree outside from Diploma Robotic in German in the and Computer Science associated degree in University of the People and Universitas. So that's yeah. So all my brain or the data information in this field. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Other participants would like to share? Okay. Huh?
Currently, I'm in my last semester doing the thesis. I'm practically done with thesis. My research topic focuses on multi-model learning. That's basically the thing about it. Multi-model learning approach in enhancing English-speaking skills for Egyptian high school students.
Yeah. So you are teaching.
Yes.
Teaching.
That's one way to say it. I'm a teacher. I graduated in 2020, then during COVID. After post-COVID, I worked for only one semester. And then I received an email of acceptance for the scholarship when I came right away.
Yeah. Welcome to Indonesia. Yes. Anyone else? Mhm.
I'm currently researching. I'm from the Faculty of Art and Design, and I'm doing my master's in visual art. I'm researching on how animation can be used as a pedagogical tool, teaching cultural education and increasing engagement of students in class and attention retention goals. To the engagement of students and social media in East Africa, most students are being less engaging in classrooms and being more engaging outside classrooms because we are using a lot of data methods of class delivery by the teachers, and not advancing, for example, as in Indonesia. You'll find technology being adopted in classroom environments, but in Uganda we are still held up in the back. But yeah, with the current advancements, I want to contribute something to my program research. I'm also a teacher in the primary schools. Yes, yeah, after elementary school. So that is where my research will be targeted.
Mostly education related background here. So you might want to check Eric Digest database since it is mostly the focus is more on education. I think the Eric Digest is a free database, so if you want to find any education related literatures, you can go to Eric Digest.
Is that Eric, ERIC?
Wait, let me check here. Eric,
Eric, yeah,
in my slide, you can see the ERC1. Eric.
Okay.
You can check on that particular database.
Yeah.
So once again, each database will require to develop a particular heuristic. Like I said, heuristic involves with the method, how you construct Boolean string or the search syntax are very different from one database to another. So you have to check on their database and find the guide when you want to search through that database, because there are several rules you have to follow for each database.
Right.
Okay, let's continue with the third aspect, heuristic. So I want to show you that there are many methods you can use when you want to find literatures. Database for search is the most common method we use. We use Google, or we use Web of Science. We use Scopus. It is part of database search. Where when you use database search, you usually can save a session. Your session or your result can be saved, and then the result can be downloaded as a bulk. What would you call it? As a set of a set of data. This is particularly can be observed when you use Google Scholar and then you use Scopus. When you use Google Scholar, you cannot download all of the metadata. You have to use another tool just to get those data. But when you use Scopus as part of the database, they offer you the feature when you can download all the data set and then keep the session and save the session. That is the difference between a database search and web searching. The second one is contacting study authors or experts. So whenever you find difficulties in identifying which papers I have to read, you can contact the authors and then get his suggestion. For example, I asked Dr. Heriyanto what papers I should read related to information literacy, because you have the knowledge, you have read a bunch of papers, and then you can recommend this is the one that should be the key papers you should read. The third one is trial register searching. It is mainly useful when you want to conduct a study and you want to make sure that nobody has already done that research. So trial register is recording what is currently being researched or being studied. And then there is web searching. It's like you can use search engine, Google Scholar or Google. It is part of the web search engine. It is particularly useful when you want to cover gray literatures. Gray literatures are literatures such as theses or dissertations. They are not indexed by database such as Scopus or Web of Science, right? However, you want to know what are other research that is related to my topic. So you can use web searching by searching for the gray literatures, like repositories. Those are the sources you can use when you want to conduct a web searching. And then hand searching, I think I've mentioned it before. Hand searching is finding the prominent journal on your topic, and then you select the publications by seeing the table of contents and find which papers is relevant to your research. And the last one, but this is the most crucial for me as a librarian and someone who is learning about Setyowati, citation chaining. Citation chaining is basically finding literatures by finding the connections between papers based on their references. So you will see that if we can illustrate that, citation chaining. Where did I, citation. You see that citation is not a decorative element of a paper. Actually, when you cite a paper, you identify others' ideas and then borrow their idea to support your
Okay.
argument. So there is a connection between papers based on how the ideas flow from the previous authors to other authors. So this is basically what we are trying to describe, or we want to identify the key, the chain of thoughts between many authors. So why we have to know about citation chaining? Why is it important? Citation chaining becomes one of the useful method that complement database search. Remember that database search is the main method you use when you want to identify or you want to find literatures, but there is another method you can use to find literatures, and it will gives additional literatures to your database search. So there are many reasons why we have to use citation chaining, including build an overview when of an unfamiliar field, because sometimes you don't know the exact keywords. When you use database search, you have to know the exact keywords. However, when you do not know what keywords should I use so that I can get the literatures I want. So the other method you can use is using citation chaining, because back then you can track down what are the relevant literatures based on their references. And then the second one is trace the origins of an idea. By tracing the chain of citations, you can follow which one who came up with the idea, because we have to follow what would you call it in like hadith? You have to follow the trace
Yeah, the trace.
to trace who was the first one who came up with the idea. The origin can be traced by tracing the chain of citations, and then trace the impact and development of an idea. When we use citation chaining, we basically can calculate how many citations each paper have. So by examining how many citations each paper have, we can see the impact of that idea. The higher citations one paper get, usually we claim that the impact is higher than the rest of the other papers. And then identify key articles, authors, journals, and research centers in your field. Based on the citations and how many citations you get, then you can identify who is the prominent author, which is the prominent journals. Because we can identify the prominent authors, we can identify his works also. So we are developing our search based on that particular person or that particular expert. And then it can turn up relevant articles from unexpected disciplines. This reminds me of a paper on bibliometrics, some sort of an introduction to bibliometric analysis. That paper, it doesn't come from a journal from the field of scientometrics or library science. However, it was published in management field. It's quite funny, right? It's about bibliometric analysis. However, it's not published in bibliometric studies. It was published in a journal of management. So sometimes what we find is not a paper in our domain, but it was studied by other authors with different domains. So sometimes we have to identify it, not just by limiting on a particular domain. And then it is useful way to find other possible search terms you can use to find information. Yes, this is particularly important when you have limited knowledge on the keywords you can use to find literatures. That's why we call citation chaining is a complement method to database search. You are not dependent on using the author's or indexer's choice of vocabulary to discover resources. Because back then, by following the citations, you know that you don't have to know the exact keywords or the keywords used by the indexers to index that particular paper. And you can trace down other relevant papers. I think I can skip this. Now, I want to show you there are two main methods in citation tracking or citation chaining. The first one, direct citation, and the second one is indirect citation. Direct citation is when you find one paper, you find what are the references used on that paper. It's called backward citation. But you can also conduct a forward citation. You find what papers that cite that paper. So we will have a more current publications. In indirect citation, there are also two methods, direct and backward and forward. But maybe I can describe it with this. Backward citation is finding the older paper. Means you track down the references, and then when you conduct forward citations, you find who are the ones that cite that paper. Then you can have the current papers. So this is how I describe the direct link or direct relationship, one paper to another, when one cite the other paper. Citation analysis is usually powerful when we want to identify who are the prominent authors, who are the prominent journals, or even the prominent institutions. Okay. Does anyone have tried to use direct citation to track down literatures? Scopus provide the feature to track down the citation links between papers. Another search engine that provide that feature is Semantic Scholar. Google Scholar also provide that features. So this might be common for us, the most common method we can use.
Yeah.
This is usually conducted by finding the references.
When I interrupt, yeah.
Yes.
When you are doing research in education, in multimedia or any kind of research, have you ever asked by your research supervisors that who is the key authors for the topic that you are researching? For example, Ibu Liz is from Library and Information Science, and she's conducting of user behavior, for example. And one of her tasks is to find who is the key authors for the user behavior topic. It's very important to find that one. And and for you who are doing the maybe remote teaching in the field of education, then you are very interesting of the distant learning or remote teaching. Then you're starting to write that topic for your paper. But have you find, and your professor may ask you that, oh, okay, this is a very interesting topic, and who's influenced your arguments? Who's influenced your ideas? There. And to answer that question, then you have to find the key authors. Yeah, the key authors. That's very crucial. And then one of the way to find it is by doing the citation analysis. So I sometimes also interesting when I find a paper that I think is very relevant to my arguments. Sometimes I also would like to know who's the influencing papers by this author, who influencing them. Then I started to look at the reference list, hoping to find the key author itself. So yeah, Catherine. Yeah, okay, that's, yeah.
Yeah, I started. Then she told me outside. Then she asked me who used AI. So it helped me a lot after I found out what I did. Even the topic I chose. I created the topic by myself. Because I created the topic by using one. I created the topic by myself, I understand the topic. Then I find the keyword. Then I find the words, arms, words, and values. So that will make me taking all the internal tests. I know what I want. So I just use AI asking moving points. I just thought AI write me moving point for this. After writing, then I just ask for example. Then I show you is what I'm going to continue downloading articles according to my variable and my keyword. Then take it and starting using it as a code and not and accept it. So in every point during consultation, I can defend what I learned. Every point you should ask me what is what I have. So it helped me a lot, but sometimes you can find some students, even the topic not used AI. Everything don't use AI to generate, which is sometimes very it's really hard to defend it.
That's in reality that you can use AI platform that's it looks like very helpful and knowing your research flows and then finally you follow the way of their thinking, something that one. AI is useful for brainstorming, especially for generating ideas. We also sometimes using it when we are stuck. Okay, what's next for research? What to write next? And AI is very useful. I think you have created a very useful platform. Make a bullet point of this and this, but I think the next very important and crucial things to do is by validating it. for validating it. It is really accurate, and then you need to do some research again to broaden that bullet points to generate more ideas about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Gitu ya, Mbak Alicia. Yeah.
Mhm.
Sometimes from time to time, like the diagram, so diagram is a future loads, and between it is possible to use some diagram as a relationship and statistic. But there is a question
You have to be careful about using others' diagram because, as I recall, we cannot just put borrow their picture and put it in our manuscript. It is advised to redraw, right? Redraw the diagram so we can make our own version. So we can violate the copyright law, isn't it? When we just what would you cut the diagram and then paste it to our own draft. I think there is an ethical issue when you when you want to use others' diagram into your, because as I recall, my supervisor always advised me, don't just copy that.
Oh.
Yes, don't just copy that picture and put it in your draft. Make your own, because someone has already made the effort to make that diagram. It's his right to get it published. Even in some cases, we have to ask their permission, right?
Yeah.
We have to ask their permission. Is it okay if I want to use your diagram into my draft? Some journals even require such, what would you call, consent? The consent from the authors who owns the right. If you want to use their pictures or diagrams, just make sure that you communicate it with your supervisor. Is this allowed or not?
What if he's cited? What if he gives reference?
Yes, even if he puts citations on it, it is advised for you to redraw it, not just copy and then paste it to your own draft. Is there any?
So it's different with text, text or ideas where you can cite, but with image, illustrations, graphic,
Yeah.
you need more than just citing it. Yeah.
Yes. Even if you cite an image, then you still have to write it on the references.
Yeah.
Not merely putting the names, the source.
Yeah.
You have to. There's an ethical issue you have to consider when conducting.
Ibu, do you wanna add something? I was saying. Yeah.
I just do a simple something. I go to solar. Or I ask if I to try to make a draft from a topic, and I ask. I just use Zoom connecting to collect many articles that connect with my article, my topic, and I just collect the general topic until the specific topic in my Zotero inventory, and I accept the topic, and then I should read all of the topic to for my literal value, and then I should write all of article from general topic until specific topic. For example, I want to to research for innovations, library innovation. For example, I should find many articles that discuss about this word innovations, library innovation. And then after I have so many articles connected this topic, then I should for specific next, I should for maybe innovation, library innovation in university and university. And all of the topic of library innovation in university, I should collect it in my studio. And then next, I should find a deeply the specific, more specific topic. I want to discuss. I want to make research about innovations in PDK, editions, partners, and then I should find all of the articles that discuss about the innovations, library innovations in PDK or Kemenak. What should I say, Kemenak?
I was just going to say, Mr. Heriyanto.
Ministry of And then there is I can point in my video more than 13 articles that I should read first before I decide to make my research. It is the simple searching there for she read the gate of my topic. Thank you. Just a simple ways to my topic is interesting for today. I should read on the article that related with the my topic and the specific topic that which makes yeah, this is
Nice, your papers. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let us continue with this is where we can. This is the part where we run a demo, for example, when we want to find the literatures by citation chaining. And for example, we use Semantic Scholar here. You can try this later on. So another tools that is worth trying is Citation Chaser. You can find it in the URL. I've already put it in there. So this app is web-based app. You can input your files, and then based on the records you put in that app, you can do the backward citation chaining and the forward citation chaining. Therefore, you can do it automatically. You do not have to follow each records. What are their references and who cites it. It's all can be put into one file, put it in the app, and then you get the result. This is one of the apps that is recommended to try. So another citation relationship that can be identified from documents is co-citation. When you use fast viewer, is there anyone familiar with the use of fast viewer? Okay, one, just one. Yes, fast viewer, just two. And how about the rest? Not yet.
Just that.
This is one of the basic method in bibliometric analysis. We identify the relationship of documents not by direct citation, but using these non-direct citations. If I can show you here, if there's one document, that document use several references, including document A and document B. So, because they was cited by document C, document A and document B is having a relationship. This one is direct relationship called citation. This is also direct citation relationship. But this one, between A and B, there is an indirect relationship that we call co-citation. They are both cited by document C. So in this relationship, we know that document A and document B is having a similar topic because they are cited by document C. So that is how it works in co-citation. One thing to explain again. So citing documents is a more current document, right? Document C is citing older documents. By reviewing the timeline, which one is published first, which one is published later, we can see that the ones that have co-citation relationship are documents that are published on previous years. If we identify their relationship and find that if they are both co-cited a lot, then we can identify the foundational papers, the ones that propose the theories, the ones that propose new methods that later on were widely used, or something extraordinary in some breakthrough research that later on cited by the papers in the current years. So co-citation chaining is basically a method that is used to find foundational papers that propose methods, papers that propose theories, or something that becomes a breakthrough. This is particularly important when you conduct a literature review for your thesis or for your dissertation, because in those chapters you will have to explore what are the theories related to your study. If we can illustrate the connections between co-cited papers, those papers are actually appears on the references. So if you find that in that particular section, there are they appear together in the references, then we call that those papers having a co-citation relationship. So another method, another basic method in bibliometric analysis is bibliographic coupling. if we use bibliographic coupling analysis, what we see is from a different point of view. If what we see when we conduct a co-citation analysis or the papers that were cited, then in bibliographic coupling, what we focus on are the papers who are citing those papers. So paper A was previously published, but then paper A was cited by paper B and paper C. So paper B and paper C is having a relationship called bibliographic coupling. This is the difference, the big difference between co-citation analysis and bibliographic coupling is how we see it. Are we focusing on the cited papers? That's called co-citation. Or are we focusing on the papers citing the paper? If we make a timeline of the publication, then we see that what we are focusing are the current papers. If we are focusing on the current papers, then we know the state of the art of a particular field, what is currently being researched on. So instead of focusing on the foundational papers, we are focusing on the current research topics that is being explored by researchers. So this is particularly very important when you have to map state of the art. You have to identify which research is going on, what are being discussed, or what is being explored in the current state. So that is the big difference between citation, co-citation, and bibliographic coupling. So this is the illustration of the connections between papers. When you see that document B and document C are using the same references, then document B and document C are having bibliographic coupling relationship. This is how it works. Does anyone want to ask about this? Has anyone tried to map the relationship between documents using this kind of method? But it's logical, right? By combining or identifying the relationship among documents, we can see the connections. We can see how we see what are the seminal papers, what are the current developments of the issue. So this is very basic yet very powerful. So this is another illustration of how we identify related papers. Suppose you have 5 papers you identified through database search, and you think that those 5 papers are key papers. You call it seed references. You can either search through backward citation or using forward citation. When we use backward citation and we see the relationship among documents, then you map the co-citation analysis. But when you use forward citation analysis, you are analyzing the bibliographic coupling analysis. This is to get you the simple illustration of how it works when we conduct co-citation analysis and bibliographic coupling. Okay. here's a very comprehensive, but yet I don't think everyone would go that far to do this citation analysis as a comprehensive method to gather lots of related literatures. But if you want to try, this is one approach. This approach was proposed by Belter in 2015. So if you want to collect a comprehensive, exhaustive,
Yeah.
then you can go with this method. Okay, this is a bit comparison among several databases, Lens, Dimension, Scopus, PubMed, IEEE Explorer. And if we use PostViewer to conduct bibliometric analysis, there are several databases that support those methods we use, either citation analysis, co-citation analysis, bibliographic coupling, co-occurrence, or co-authorship. So different database will support different kind of bibliometric analysis. So you have to be mindful of which one you choose, because not all databases can support your bibliometric analysis. So this is an introduction of the tools that we can use to help us conduct bibliometric analysis. There are several tools we can use. The most popular one is FastViewer. This is the most popular because it is the most easy to use, easy to interpret. Yes, that is the main, the main reason why we use. We always run for the free tools. Another tools that can be used is BibExcels and Bibliomaps, SiteNet Explorer, BiblioShiny, SiteSpace, Site2 tools. Mostly are free, but FastViewer is still the one that is widely used. This is the tools that later on the session 2, we will have a hands-on, and we will try to use this application FastViewer to analyze the metadata from Scopus. This is a trend mapping actually. The map that we can generate when we analyze keywords from the data that we collect from Scopus. Okay, this is another tools. If we want to use FastViewer, it is actually a manual way to find literatures. But if you want to find literatures using a web-based apps, there are many options, including this. Has anyone used GoSites or ever heard GoSites? No? Citation Gecko? No? Connected papers? Okay. It was first developed in during the pandemic. During the pandemic. Connected papers was first developed, and then Research Rabbit came after. And what do you think about connected papers?
scholarship. And why such a from you take it
It's only filtered the result and just makes the current most current navigations so
CoScience, Citation Gecko, Connected Papers, Research Rabbit, applying those methods. When they give recommendations, they actually count the link strength, the relationship strength, either citation analysis, post-citation analysis, or bibliographic coupling, and then map those relationship into a visual graphic that is easy for us to understand which one these tools, this is just a demo of how to use connected papers. So, wait. Kalau mau memberhentikan pakai apa ya?
Sound.
Bukan, ini
Ada soundnya.
ada, enggak ada. Cuman saya mau nge-freeze gitu. Ini soalnya GIF ini.
Oh, oke nggak bisa?
Nggak bisa ya?
Iya.
Iya. Atau? Oh iya, nggak bisa.
Stop.
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 Nggak mau. Ya. Oh iya.
Mau.
Oh yeah. So I want to show you this particular part. When we are using connected papers, we see this menu, fireworks. This is basically the result of co-citation analysis. But when we see the derivative works, this is basically the results from the bibliographic coupling results. So this is just to make you easy to use. They've already give the list and then made the visualization in the central of the app. And they are explicitly state that they use bibliographic coupling and co-citation analysis in analyzing those data. Other apps is not open enough to say that. We use this algorithm to calculate the similarity between documents. So this app is very recommended for you to identify which are the seminal papers, which are the papers that belongs to the state of the art. Another tool is Citation Gecko. However, I'm not sure if this is still well maintained. So we see here, we can see which are the citation link between the papers cited by seed papers and then papers citing seed papers. This shows you that citation analysis is very useful for determining which one is related to one another. This is another app, CoScience. However, CoScience use data from PubMed. As we know, PubMed is strong on the medical science subject, but not too powerful in other domain. If you have an interest in medical science, then it is worth the try. This is Research Rabbit. This is actually quite similar with connected papers.
Mm.
Yes, it is. Research Rabbit is free and forever free, they say.
Free is good. Yeah.
Free is good. And one thing about Research Rabbit is you can connect it to your Zotero if you use Zotero. So you don't have to manually save
Enter. Yeah.
about the yes. When you search on the Research Rabbit and put it in the folder, you can sync the folder in your Research Rabbit into your Zotero. Just sync. You don't have you don't have to do anything else. Just sync, and then it will update the collection in your Research Rabbit and the collections in your Zotero folder. Mendeley is quite. Mendeley is, since it is owned by private, it's not as open as Zotero.
Mendeley is not open source. Yeah.
Yeah. Mendeley
I
is
don't know.
owned by Elsevier, so it's quite, yeah. When it's not open, you cannot develop as
Zotero.
yes, you cannot develop as Zotero. Zotero is open source, so many developers try to build add-on, so you can put the add-on to get new features, new abilities. So I think it is recommended to move to Zotero if you use Research Manager. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Including when you want to have bigger storage for it.
Yeah.
You can try Research Rabbit. Another one is Litmaps. However, I'm not sure. Is there any free version for Litmaps? But this is one of the recommended apps you can try if you want to see the connections between documents. Litmaps is powerful. Though this another app I want to introduce you is Undermine. Though Undermine do not give you network visualization, however, it can identify foundational work, just like what we have when we use connected papers. I assume they developed this feature by using co-citation analysis because foundational works can only be identified using that method. So this is a powerful tools as well. This is AI based. However, it's not like consensus where you put a prompt and then the consensus will give you the list of the documents. When you use Undermine, you have to have a specific prompt, and then Undermine will ask you back to have a precise, what do you want? Is there any specific thing you want to add so that the app will give you a better result that is relevant to what you want?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what you call web librarians. So you want to ask question and have a chat. Maybe it's already like 11 p.m. and you still need to finalize your assignments, but you cannot chat the librarian in UNS. So yeah, you can ask them, but you have to be ready because this platform also clarifying,
Yes.
trying to confirm, to clarify what you actually need. Yeah, betul gitu ya. Yeah.
It's like brainstorming before you, the app will brainstorm you and ask you what is exactly what you want until to the point where you can confirm, yes, that is exactly what I want.
Yeah.
Then the machine will give you the result.
So you are learning about the topic that you are researching, but when you use AI platform, they actually learn about you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what AI for actually. So they're getting to know you every time you use and you ask them something. They are built to do that, so they can provide them, Mbak Lisa. They can provide more accurate and relevant answer for your needs. Yeah.
Yeah.
Saya kaget waktu masukin prompt gitu ya di AI platform, kemudian setelah dia after it's answering a couple of things and then it asked me back, is this what you need, Pak? Like, huh? How does he know I'm a man?
Yeah.
Something like that. Yeah.
No.
It's very surprising. So it's useful but also scary for me. Yeah.
The price.
Yeah. 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 But when it's calling me, is this what you want? Sure. But what? How do you know it's me, a man? Yeah. Okay, Mbak Alice.
Okay, I think that is
Okay.
that is the end of this session. Is there any questions or any experience you want to share with us? Because we still. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
For researchers and developers. In practice tools, the source. Before we move to one question from Stanley.
My name is Alan Omazoti. I'm from Nigeria. My question to you is which AI in the own website is meant to use to find the books? Online
Open access.
If you want to find which AI tools, I cannot recommend. However, there are open access books. You can find it using Open. I forgot the abbreviation.
Apa namanya?
Open educational resources.
Oh yeah.
Open educational resources. You can just Google open educational resources, because this is what usually provide you with ebooks, which is open access. So you don't violate the law when you download those books. Pardon?
Are you
Click
okay
hand.
if we use LibCan? We have librarians here who can answer. I don't know. Is it okay to use LibCan? Have you used LibCan? LIBGEN? Yeah.
Yes, it's the underground. Underground.
We call
Underground. Yes.
the library. Yeah. No, it's hard to answer. Yeah.
And what sub? PDF drive. I've never
Never heard it before. Yeah.
never heard
Yeah,
that
yeah.
before. Is it also like okay, okay. So this is an open educational resources. If you want to find literatures that is open access, I mean, you don't violate the law when you open or download the resources in this website. So let's try your subject.
Yeah.
What is your subject? Engineering. Engineering. Where can we find it here?
Physical science, life science,
Applied science.
applied science, maybe. Yeah.
Educational level? Graduate?
Yeah.
So let's try. It's quite a lot. 3,721. But we have to filter the language though. The language. It's still quite low.
Yeah, still quite low.
Applied engineering. Let's filter down
Applied
to engineering. And which subsection? Environmental science? Oh no, there's no subsection. So basically, this is one of the resources you can use.
Yeah.
Another is PDF drive. Yeah. Yeah, baru dengar. You can explore this. Itu konsol itu sebenarnya punya digital library juga. Perpustakaan juga punya. Cuman kan kalau bukan orang Indonesia, ya. Ya bisa. Oh,
For what?
yeah.
OID.
Oh, Apen.
Oh, Apen.
Apen. Yeah, just recall this.
Yeah.
Another website you can use or open. Researchers, funders.
Nanti jangan lupa masih ada pertanyaan. Misalnya apa itu ghost citation? Dengan
So two websites we can use. This one, Wapen. Yeah,
ya, Weapon ORC.
Wapen and educational resources. Pardon? Digital library. Digital library. Is how I should do a look up. A look. I'm not quite sure. And what is the URL? Suggestion, perhaps for those who cannot access ebooks, you can contact your librarian. For example, the librarian at UNS, because the librarians have access to the National Library, Perpustakaan Nasional. The National Library also subscribe and they have collections of ebooks. So you might want to ask the librarians to search for that particular title and see if Perpustakaan Nasional or the National Library has it. That is maybe the most easy way to get the ebook. Okay. Is there any other questions? If
Yeah.
we don't, then we will move to under my.
Do you have any particular questions for Ibu Liz? Maybe regarding on citations or finding the literatures?
If you don't have any question, then I will have some questions
Yes.
for you.
Then, we just informed that the committee has 3 gifts for you who are attending the events offline here in the room. 3 gifts, and yeah. What do you want to ask about this?
Let me think.
We don't know the gifts yet, so it's all the committee. Yeah.
The first question. Can you name the 3 methods to do citation chaining? I've already mentioned and explained 3 methods that can be used to track down documents by their citation.
Oh. Can you name 3 methods to find document?
Yeah,
To find document.
I've already explained the 3 methods.
Yeah.
Can you name the 3 methods for citation chaining? I've already explained the 3 methods. How to retrieve documents based on their citation relationship. Okay, Bu Ibu? Mhm. Hmm. These 3 methods are tracking down the literatures based on their citation relationship. What are they?
Can you give some? Kasih
Some
Mas.
clue, some clue.
It's 3 ways to find. Yeah, it's 3 ways to find.
Or let me change the question there.
Or you can give one, the first one, just to give an ideas.
Let me change that.
Yeah.
Let me think. Let me think.
Yang ini ya tadi ya.
Yeah.
Nah, what is cross citation?
It would be too difficult to.
Too difficult.
I heard something. Yes, just pop it. Mm. Yeah.
Instead of giving direct and direct station. Yes, there were 2 ways. I am where I looking backward, I didn't want to see it. I look further and there we can use forward and what is called situation. And I'm also giving that to you. You can click your
Let me ask Maria. Maria.
Ibu Catherine satu. Ibu Catherine ya. Next.
Let me review. Okay, one question. One
more questions.
One more question. We've already discussed that we cannot use AI-based tools in systematic literature review. Now, can you give me the reason why we cannot use AI-based tools to conduct systematic literature review?
You want to try? Yes. Yes, please.
and suddenly it will like misleading, or it will like to mislead the people to another part.
Yeah. It's really nice. What translate again? Based on research findings, it was found that when you use AI-based tools, you miss the
you might miss the quality control of your collected literatures. So that is the main research why it is not advised for you to mainly relying on AI-based tools to conduct your systematic literature review. Okay.
Yeah. So correct?
Yeah.
Okay, correct. Right, last questions.
Yeah. Last question.
What?
The easiest one. Just name the AI apps tools that can be used to help you find literatures. Okay.
Yeah. Yes, please.
Mhm.
Oh, okay. So it's done.
Yeah, sudah. Okay, so the tools that I personally use for research from AI is Claude. When sometimes undergraduate students ask me, how about ChatGPT? I always say ChatGPT is below D. Claude is A, Perplexity B. ChatGPT might be below D because it doesn't have that kind of review. For literature review, I use Consensus and Notebook LM and SI. I'm unable to share my screen because there is any possibility I want to show something really beautiful. Yeah. Michelle. So I just wanted to like we have specialized AI tools for different purposes, but now every AI that is called generative AI, like ChatGPT comes in generative AI, notebook again. Showing the power of AI now, especially generative AI. This is the presentation I prepared for my thesis, and this is the presentation that AI prepared. And if you are thinking that how many prompts I use, how many tools, let me show you directly live. So this is Claude, you see it here, Claude AI. This is I uploaded my thesis.
where attempts by PPT from this thesis is scholarly yet simple and clear. And it took around 9 minutes, but here is the response. And when you click on this, you see these slides.
Wow.
So actually, yeah, these are directly from citations. It should not be, because it's not a human to verify each and every reference for you. So what Claude did with my references, actually I asked Claude to verify each and every reference of my thesis last week and tell me which one is Scopus, which one is not Scopus, which one is from the article, which one is from a book. And here is the summary. So I have to go there and do it.
By far, how do you verify it and the result of that verification? Is it 100% accurate or valid? Okay. Okay. Mhm. 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 Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm. 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 Mhm.
It is a true reality, yeah. And
Mhm.
it takes time to the
Mhm.
data.
Mhm. Yeah. Mhm. Mhm. Yep. Yep. You cannot verify.
You cannot verify it.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you for telling us. Thank you.
Thank you
I wasn't
for. It's
trying in
okay.
the morning.
Yeah.
Sure.
We
Yeah,
have.
yeah, more important. Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright.
Why? And all what AI will, if you ask AI, all will generate the answer for you so that you just want AI first. So at the end of the point, you will not find the accurate result that you like or that you want, or you cannot present your research very well because you use completely AI. And you said before, because you said before, John D doesn't have time to read. So if you didn't have time to read and you copy and paste, how can you find the original answer? But I believe that you cannot use 100% or 80% to make a research by using AI and to find what you like. It's not easy, especially in some part like in engineering section. It's not easy to do that. So do you think as an engineering student, it's...
I don't know about the engineering, but I will take your question.
Okay, in general, do you think as a student, focus more on AI or just use AI as like just something to help you, like search engine, but just to help you find some information, then understand it and make your point? Because this is what I do, and I learned it from you.
Yeah, I remember that picking up.
Yeah, you remember. So you told me this, then I told you. So and right now you're saying another thing.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, if you look into AI, how it works, like understand how AI works, it's more important than you use it and you get the benefit out of it. It's important than using it. And we try to understand AI. Number one, as I said, is assertive in language. You know, in America, there is a case. A person gets suicide because ChatGPT told him to the place. You can search it, AI incidents on Google. There are a lot of incidents, even now. In the gym, Dr. Role in the clinic. Yeah. So one of my friends, he is a lawyer in the firm, and yesterday he told me that a client came to him that he did this crime, and now he wants confirmation whether it is like something that he will get punishment or he can be bailed. And my friend said that he told him that, yeah, this is not a big crime, you can be bailed easily. And he said, but it's a big crime, you cannot be bailed. So you see, everyone, like even if a patient comes to doctor, he already has one job, misinformation is fine from ChatGPT. No one told him how to use it. So how? Now, to use AI, the first thing is for research, for the search, not just for the generation. Because 6 months ago, I was in research in Pakistan, and I asked, now let me ask this question now. Okay, how many of you think that AI can generate new ideas? No one? It cannot generate new idea? You think it generates a new idea?
AI just randomizes some of the data to simulate something exactly about it.
Yeah.
He doesn't have creative skills.
Yeah.
ChatGPT
Doesn't have it, yeah.
Human who have creative skills.
Yeah. If you think that ChatGPT generates new ideas, it means that what you learn from ChatGPT, you call it new. But is it really new? It just mixes the already available information and presents it to you in a new way, and you call it new. It's not, yeah, it's not new. Yeah, so as she said, like, it is critical thinking and creativity, which is the utmost challenge for the school teacher also now, because the generation alpha in the classroom, they are being destroyed with the misuse of AI, and whatever they do teach all the whole thing, and they're understanding it because of this critical thinking phenomena. Because they think that it's new, but ChatGPT does not present you something new. It is already written. Like, let me ask you a question. You have a brain. You can think independently, right? Can ChatGPT do that? No. What it does, it searches for you, find information from here, mix it, present it to you. But how is it new? You call it new because you do not have reading history, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the critical thinking or the human essence is absent here, and something that you need to verify with the help of your own critical thinking. And that is, I always say, like, the one who doesn't listen, cannot listen, doesn't become a speaker. The one who doesn't read will never be a good writer. Whether it's poetry, novel, or it is a research. If you don't know what's around you and your research topic, and you just rely on AI, your mind was blank. It is blank. It will be blank. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
You wanted to hear this. This is what I said, like the Gen Z, like yesterday, undergraduate student from 8th semester came to me and she asked something and I was explaining and she was busy in Instagram. Then I asked him, okay, I'll give you my time. You are using Instagram, you should leave. Though it was sometimes you can say it was rude. It wasn't rude. If someone wants to learn from you, they should respect how to listen. You know, can you eat your lunch and dinner without using mobile phone? No. You look at YouTube, watching YouTube and eating. You are not living in the present moment. That is why I have this campaign with Generation Z. I am also Generation Z, but I am also the victim of this thing. It is happening. We are captured by screen like 15 hours when sometimes I check my laptop at the end of the day. 15 hours of use per day. So the book or the physical work or the mental activity is almost absent. Yeah, I hope it was enough.
Yeah.
Thank you very
Yeah,
much.
thank you very much. Just very insightful, Mr. Ahmad, suddenly in the last minutes. We are hoping that you are joining us first time, but I know you have more important things to do this morning.
Yeah.
So thank you everyone, and it's a really good presentation from Ibu Liz. She showed us about what's Bibliometrics and what it does for our literature research. And we have time break for 1 hour until 1 p.m. And at 1 p.m. we will continue to practice to find informations and articles, but it's manually. It's not using AI, but we'll try manually first. Yeah. So and see you again at 1 p.m. and please give applause to Ibu Liz and Pak Ahmad. Yeah. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
I will meet my professor at 12:30.
Jadi nanti akan mendeteksi ini, Pak. Close-sighted documents.
Iya.
Ya, ini ya.
Terakhirnya kalau pakai fosfor, semoga nyanda.
Baik, good afternoon, selamat siang, Bapak Ibu and all the participants. We continue our workshops today So this session we'll practice literature search, and the session is called citation chasing. Citation chasing using bibliometric analysis. So we will search for information, but by using bibliometric as the methodology. So because this a practice, karena ini adalah nanti praktek, show you about one or two steps the process, and then we practice, and then we do it together based on with your own topic. Jadi kalau sudah ada beberapa mungkin topik yang sekiranya itu ingin diteliti tentang, for example, like I don't know, for example, like a user studies or like the usage of AI for Gen Z and everything, then we will implement to the database search. Yeah. Ini. That's the key. Nggak bisa.
Harus pakai.
Oke, saya pakai manual aja. Belum muncul? Oh, kok belum muncul ya? Saya sebentar. Belum muncul di situ. Kayaknya itu bagian dari
ini adalah duplikat saja.
oh gimana ya
Sistem reference
display ya
display.
nah
Sorry, besarkan bisa.
itu bisa.
Siapin. Ya. Extend mirror off.
Oh, sorry. Sorry. Nah ini. Oh. Oke, sip. Iya. Oke, so
Ini versi yang lama kayaknya Pak Heri. Versi yang baru udah ada nama Pak Heri di sini.
oh gitu. Tapi isinya sama.
Beda.
Oh beda. Oh, saya sebentar.
Lebih panjang, banyak tutorialnya sih.
Oh, sebentar ya. Conducting research, whether you are in every stage of it, even though you are in thinking about what's the memilih topik tentang apa, or you are writing a research proposals, or you finish with research proposal and now you are writing the literature reviews and everything, I'm sure it's always involve literature search, because you need to know and you need to find what's happening at the moment in the area that you are researching, gitu ya. But the question is how comprehensive you have found the research, the research papers, gitu. Are you sure that you have find any paper that you need that related to your topic? That's the question. When I was doing my doctoral degree, and I was in a stage of conducting literature review. So it's for chapter 2 di bab 2. Scary part. is scary part because, well, my basics, my background is a library information science, but sometimes I myself is unsure about whether I can find a relevant and the whole papers that I need for my research. So my supervisors told me that, okay, now you are on a literature review stage. It's in chapter 2. You need to find any related papers for your research. So my topic is open access publications, and also it's about information literacy. So I'm researching academics who are using open access information during their study. So I need to know the information literacy of researchers who are using open access. So that's the topic. So in my mind is open access and information literacy. So that's the main keyword that I use. So I have 2 supervisors. They like 7 days doing the literature review, just finding the article. And I thought at that time, easy. I have enough time. 7 days is a lot because I was just doing my study. I did nothing, just study. So I think, 7 days is easy. And then, okay, I spend my times. On the 7 days, I make a list, like title and everything, and also a short view of the summary. And I send it to my main supervisors. Before she opened it, she asked me a question. Are you sure that you have find all the papers that you need? Actually, I was a bit surprised with that question. And at first, I'm really sure that I have found everything that I need, because the library has subscribed to a lot of databases and a lot of journals. So, and I use them all. And I think I find everything that I need. And I said, yes, I think I found it. Okay, just like plainly, okay. And then he opened it. And then my second supervisor said that you missed a couple of things. And then she just typed it in her computer, in her laptop, and then he showed it to me. You haven't included this. So, and then I just speechless. And then I just, I said to myself that I'm a librarian, but it's obvious now that I missed a couple of publication or the paper that I have missed. And kemudian setelah itu, and then after that, she just wrote a couple of things about such queries, including the Boolean operator, including the translations. It's just such queries. And then she showed to me, she sent it to me, and then she asked me to use it in one of the database from the library. And I type it, yes, there are a couple of titles that I missed. So, yeah, and also this morning discussion is really good because we are also talking about AI platforms. And Ibu also say that even though we are using AI platform, there are some opportunity, there's some chance that we also miss 1 or 2 publications that maybe it can be very important to our research as well. Nah, siang ini kayaknya kita tidak akan menggunakan yang platform berbasis platform AI, but we'll use manually. I know you have a lot of knowledge, pengetahuan tentang AI. Later you can combine it. Bisa dikombinasikan antara mungkin bagaimana yang manual dan bagaimana yang menggunakan platform AI gitu ya. Ya, next knowledge.
So this is the Google Drive. We put the template, some data for you to experiment later on, and some tools we can use later on this hands-on session. Next.
Ya, mau foto dulu? No?
Oh, yeah.
Mereka.
Yeah. If you want to scan and access the site. So we put OpenRefine software for data cleaning, and we also put Fast Viewer in that Google Drive. You can download the software while listening to Dr. Heriyanto presentation.
Okay. Present.
Kalau versi ini ada ininya, versi terakhir.
Oh ini, oh ya ada. Oke. Langsung lanjut.
Shall we proceed?
Ya.
Okay.
Okay. This is our activity for today. We will develop a search strategy, and we will try to construct a valid search string that consists of there will be any vocabulary, and then Boolean operators, and also any truncation that we will need, and hopefully that we'll get a data set from our search, and hopefully also that from the data set that we will get, if we have time here, we will use a Fast Viewer to analyze the data that we have. So basically, we will do a set question from your own topic and identify key concept, construct a Boolean search string test in Scopus, and document search log. So this is the session for today. For starting, we will do the BA for citation chaining as Ibu Liz this morning explaining. So it's about finding. So once you find one paper, it's always interesting to know that the influencing or the connected papers from the paper. For example, if I find that one paper from Ibu Liz, then I need to know that how Ibu Liz construct her argument, what papers that influence Ibu Liz. That's for one thing, and the second thing as well is when Ibu Liz has published this paper, and then how long dan bagaimana paper Ibu Liz has been used or cited by other authors. Itu Malaysia. That's called like a comprehensive keyword-based database search. And what we're going to use is there will be a couple of steps. Then we will use Pico, but at least for the first time that we'll use is we will breaking down our concepts. So a good research is always coming from a good research questions. So we should know that what will be research. Sebenarnya kita tuh mau cari apa. Meskipun sebenarnya, even though that I'm not a person who always think that every research to have a problem. We can have a different idea, but it's okay ya. Saya masih ingat ketika saya ada di ruang ujian anak-anak S1 when they doing their undergraduate thesis examination, they always one of assessor, dosen penguji yang who always asks, punya masalah apa? What's the research problem? What's the problem out there gitu. For me, I'm not always thinking that it shouldn't be any problem in the research, but what's the uniqueness? What's the novelty and what's the urgency of doing the research? You can find any gap analysis, or you can choose based on problem that you found in the fields. Nah, kalau menggunakan bibliometric, something that you potentially found is the gap in the literature. Gitu ya, Mbak Alicia. So it is important to know that what's the research question for your research. And I know that finding research questions can be very challenging, very challenging. I myself actually knows ini pengakuan dosa ini, that I know what really that I research after I'm doing my final seminar, my PhD final. Oh, then when all the examiners say asking about questions, then I'm trying to revise my dissertation, and then I realized, oh, sebenarnya ini research saya. So this is my research actually. And we will use, we'll breaking down, we will find our research question using protocol, some protocol. It use PICO or pickup. But I think we would like to mention first that there will be some elements in the PICO, PICO, but we can use all the elements there, but we also can leave one, the element that you think later that is not really relevant to your research. Nanti kita lihat sama-sama. And then from the PICO that we have found that we have filled in the form using the PICO itu, nanti we will find any things that might relevant to your research. For example, the keyword, I mean the synonyms, the variations of that words, kemudian even the acronyms and everything. And from here, from the collection of the terms and keywords, then we will use them as a search string or a syntax. Nah, dari syntax nanti itulah, from that syntax, we will use a database. Nanti kita pakai punya Scopus ya, Malaysia. And we will use Scopus as for our experiments today. How good is, and sejauh mana ini berhasil to find, to extend this, we can use this to find our papers. Okay, Malis, next. Oh, beda ya, sorry ya.
Di sini udah berubah. Yang di sini nggak berubah.
Nggak berubah.
Oh ya. Kok enggak?
In the barcode that you have photographed before, it also contains some forms and sample of keyword that you can use. Technical problem, maaf.
Nggak mau juga ya, Mas?
Di sini mau tapi
Iya, iya.
Oh iya. Kita coba sini lagi.
Iya.
Iya. Langsung aja.
Iya.
Iya. Yeah, so basically this what we are looking for is a research questions. To have formulate research question, then we can use research question framework. And one of the framework that we will use today is a PICO. PICO is just bear in mind that there are a lot of framework actually, but we'll just try to one of the framework that we can try. Why the question is, but where do we need the framework? Pak Ahmad has said that use AI. That's very helpful. Yeah. There are Scopus AI. There are like a connected papers, Research Rapid, and so on. But as Mbak Liz said this morning, that how can you show that you have covered the whole papers that you need? There is no guarantee. Mungkin yang manual juga mungkin tidak maybe not give you a guarantee that you will find any related papers that you need. But at least using here, this is using your own ideas, because I think that the one that understands your research very well is you yourself actually. What you are trying to find and how this paper and that paper is relevant to you is the researcher who need to decide. Because then when you are already in a stage of literature review, where you just not only making a resume, but what you need to write is the connections of the papers, of the research, the connection of the previous research, the previous finding into your own research. Itu yang harus ketemu. Nah, untuk bisa menemukan itu, to get that into that step, you need to find a very relevant papers. Now, first, this framework will identify the key elements of your questions. Gitu ya. Sometimes what in our mind and when we are what we are writing, have you ever experienced that? Oh, kok berbeda ya? It's very different. And when you're doing information search using any database, Google search and everything, the result is sometimes not related to what you are looking for. Gitu. Bukan ini yang saya cari itu. Well, the system will only finding the one that you are typing gitu. Nah, mungkin bahasa kita dengan mereka berbeda. So using this framework will help you to really identify, really showing by you yourself sebenarnya yang mau dicari itu apa gitu. And putting this into a piece of paper will be so much helpful rather than just putting in your mind, because sometimes what your mind is can be like a changing instantly. And then maintaining clarity and focus. What we mean here is the one that I have said, that once you get an idea and you write it down in a paper as a basic things for your research, that can be very useful rather than just thinking in your mind. Because when you are searching and you find some papers, you give new ideas. Oh, ini kayaknya penting. Oh, this looks important, and it influences you. And then you find another paper, and then oh, this one is better than it, and you keep changing yourself. Gitu. And then, at the end of the day, then you will forget the basic research question that you have before. Gitu. Jadi seakan-akan nanti akhirnya there will be like a circling. You will never get to the finish line because sebenarnya apa yang mau saya cari gitu. And then the most important thing is it will help you to define, to refine, to find, and to define, to refine. So you will keep changing and changing, and that's okay. And also what you need to include and what you need to exclude for your search. Gitu. You need to create some borders when you are searching. For example, like when you're looking for AI use or AI literacy for higher educations, then you need a paper that's talking about university students who are using AI. Because if the keyword just AI use, that the system will try to find any use of AI from any other communities. High school students, like university student, and a sample. So you need to make inclusion and exclusion criteria that will help you to narrowing down the results. Langsung Balis. Next. There is some other things that need to be thinking of for the framework, and this is Pico portal. Does any of you have used Pico? Ibu Catherine know that, yeah. Have you used Pico, Pak Ahmad? Not yet. Not yet. Yeah. So the words PICO is actually the extension of P for the populations, I for intervention, C for comparison, O for outcome. But P, there's a different meaning of P. We can define it as a population. It means it's the object, whether university students, whether who is the object of your study? Gen Z?
Sorry,
Who is the object of your students that you the object of your research?
they are Gen Z, but
Gen Z. Yeah, for example, Gen Z as a sample, yeah, Gen Z.
yeah, okay.
Yeah. So there's a population. Or you can start with problem. Why? Because populations sometimes in some research doesn't relate with humans. There's an engineering guy, yeah, in this section. In engineering, it's most often a problem, the most important, or a process. Because engineering people, they want to like innovate. They want to develop some new technology, for example, where it doesn't involve human. Gitu. So if you use Pico, so the population is not relevant then. Then you can use problem or process, who or what. Nah, then the I is intervention, something that you think that will solve the problems. Intervention. So, for example, AI literacy for university student. For example, a topic is AI literacy for university student. I will put here, if here is university student, so I will be the AI training, for example. The topic is AI literacy, so we'll put here is AI training. It's called a possible solution. Inquiry, investigation, or improvement. So P for university student, for example, I for AI training, and C is comparisons. I have not debate, but like a discussion with Balis this morning, where to put comparisons. If my topic is AI literacy for university student, and here is comparison that says current practice or opposing viewpoints. It's opposing viewpoints. If you are thinking that AI literacy is important, then here, what's the comparisons then? I said no training, because I believe that without AI training, student can be lost with AI. They don't practice their critical thinking. They don't process anything that's very important in their academic life. So I'll put here no training. But let's say that maybe not no training, but a different format of training, because it says comparisons. Dan kenapa itu Mbak Lis? Why different format of training?
Yeah. May I add a few introduction to Pico? Pico was actually developed from the medical science, where people usually conduct experiments to solve a particular disease. So when we have Pico framework, we can identify who are the what kind of treatment was given to those patients or those populations.
Yeah.
And then the comparison is like, is there any valid so when we put it in a different context, in the engineering context, for
Yeah.
example, interpreting T, population, instead of population, we can, like Pak Heri said, that we can see it as a problem, or intervention is not always related to what treatment was given, but what are we investigating about that problem?
Yeah.
Or what kind of improvement can we make to that problem or that process? Because in engineering, people usually not always trying to solve a problem, but how to improve the process. Because we know in India, in industry, we have R&D, research and development. They don't always have the problem, but they are keep trying to improve their products. That is the improvement they are trying to make when we analyze it using the PICO framework. And then back to what Pak Heri said about comparison. Comparison not always related to this have the treatment, this does not have, but comparison about the method or the way we conduct something in engineering that will affect a lot.
Yeah.
So that is why another option in seeing comparison is the other example of making comparison is having different format in delivering something, or having different method in improving something. Okay, that's how a little bit addition to your explanation.
Or if there is nothing has been done that contrasted with the thing that doing at the moment, you can leave it blank. You can leave the comparisons field with blank. And the last thing is the outcomes.
The outcomes.
The outcome means that is the result or the endpoint that we as a researcher would like to know or would like to find. So with the topic that I have mentioned, so I'm thinking of if students provided with AI training, technically and ethically, then they will be well informed about the good and the bad of AI. So that's maybe a concept that's called like he's being literate with the use of AI. So that's the outcome that we are expected from this research. But I'm not sure. That's why I need to know, is there any like a previous studies that has been studied this before? Is there any evidence from any other country or from Indonesia or from anywhere that have studied this, that have a different background, different culturally, it's a culturally different or educationally like a different as well, that there are some like interventions that by providing AI training, and that is the result really has an impact to the student, that they are being literate. That's that. Oh, do you want to add something? Yeah.
recently in 2025,
Yeah.
I'm from education, so I know from education perspective.
Yeah.
A study conducted in MIT, in the United States, on the use of generative AI for writing purposes or English essays. And those students who used it continuously, generative AI, a psychological test, a framework was developed to measure their analytical ability and critical thinking. And it was observed that the students who used and rely on ChatGPT or other AI, 70% decline in their critical thinking. Yeah, so there's a debate in the United States now about whether it is due to the use of AI or it is due to the Generation Z tending towards simplicity and to do something just in quick things.
Right.
Yeah, but there is this proof.
Yeah.
And what you said earlier about the ethical use, what is going on, what is not. I personally think that if a person is given this training that how to use AI, even if he can use it unethically, he will not. The reason is not that there is regulation upon him. No. The reason AI is such a beautiful thing when you use it in an ethical way, it is much more helpful when you use it like unethically. So ethically, it is more mature, critical, and in depth. If you use it unethically, it lost all these qualities. Because it is a language model and it detects all the vocabulary that works on it. So if a person is really trained how to use it in a positive way, it is much better than to use it unethically.
Yeah. If I'm writing a paper about this AI literacy, I will put that for my introduction. Yeah. But I cannot cite what he just said orally, right?
I will share with
So
you.
What I mean is then I will find any papers that similar to what Mr. Ahmad said then. And I will use that what he said he found as the outcome here. Something like that as being literate. But that's from the perspective of social humanities field. Ibu Liz is she's a librarian in engineering faculty. So the way and the component that we will put in here will be different. Engineering may not need like problems. So the P1 maybe will be different with social humanities or engineering. And then this sample of how we decide what keyword, what term, and in which section that we need to use. For example, like the question of does X work, for example. This is a sample of the effectiveness or interventions. For example, does mindfulness-based stress reduction reduce chronic pain? Is it true that people who have who are so calm, who are trying to myself calm, not being too stressed, then he is the healthy man, like that. So in that case, we can use Pico, yang tadi itu Mbak Lucia. Or is your research trying to find relationships between variable A and variable B? Then there will be a different framework that you use, and so on. Ini balik ya ini ya.
Iya.
Atau mau langsung praktek ini?
Ini. Itu contoh.
This is sample that we have filled here, something that we have done here. So with the Pico, the research question is hot topics and future research trend on artificial intelligence, application in the individualized diagnosis and treatment of critical illness. So we put P here is a critical illness, for example. And as can you see here, we are trying to break down. This critical illness concept into a few words. That's all that relate to the critical illness. For example, critical care, maybe. Is that related? I think, yeah, it's close enough. And then some people may use critical care, but we don't know whether an author have write this, but he is really using critical care. Maybe he's using different term. So we put like a critical treatment, for example. And then another things that may be related is intensive care unit, and everything. And some people like the word of emergency. For example, like your professor will be, can you meet me ASAP, as soon as possible? Sounds like a very emergency. maybe because it's being critical, so it means like an emergency. It's in critical conditions. So we put like emergency medicine, treatment, care, and so forth. And the intervention here is, for example, the concept here we put AI technologies. We assume that not everybody are popular with just AI, or maybe there are no papers that put AI. Maybe they put artificial intelligence. So we put here the artificial intelligence, or we also trying to playing around. This is the capital, and we put the apa istilahnya yang kecil ya?
Lowercase.
Yeah, lowercase. Yeah. But the lowercase AI, and it's related with the algorithmic and everything. It's a sample of trying to breaking down. And we didn't put C in here comparisons because there's nothing that to be compared of with the condition in here. We're not looking for what if something that's not being done for curing this one. And the O is the outcome. The concept is individualized treatment and diagnosis. And we're just taking two words that's very related here, which is individual and personalized. Okay, now, when we already found this, and we'll put here into like a set string or set query. You may see that, wow, this is a lot. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah. So we put one critical care or critical treatment, intensive care. We put everything here. ICU, emergency medicine until ICU, and we put all here in here, and we put like a Boolean operators and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 keywords here, and 2 keywords from here. So that's sample of the string. For the research questions, hot topics, and future research trend on AI. Nah.
May I add something?
Yeah.
Yeah. So when you have already found the concept here, critical illness is blocked. We put some colors here so that you can identify each block.
Easy to understand. Yeah.
So each block will be started or will be ended with parentheses.
Yeah.
That is to differ that they come from different concepts. Each concept are connected with Boolean operator and, because this concept has to be what would you call it? Tambahkan, to be added.
To be added, yeah.
These concepts has to be added for the single query. That is why the query will be very long, because you have to combine every synonyms, and then each synonyms will be combined with other keywords from other blocks, and then you have three different concepts in a single string. And if you want to check up on this, it is actually from a paper, from this paper. So we didn't make this up. It was something has already been done by other researcher. And that is a proof that sometimes the reviewer for a journal require you to draft such a PICO framework and PICO breakdown to justify the way you construct a search string.
Yeah.
Because search string is should be able to be replicated and
Yeah.
to be tested by
Yeah.
other researchers.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you're doing systematic literature review, then this component, the search string, is need to be write down, Alicia.
Yes.
You need to write down clearly how did you conduct the literature research. So most of the editor and reviewer will looking at, so okay, how did you find the papers? The reason why they asking that is because they need to know what you call the rigors. They're trying to validate the research process that you have done, because when you're claiming you are using systematic literature review, then they need to know whether the way you're trying to find the literature is systematic enough, something like that one. So, and you can show how systematic you are by showing the research process. So,
Next. Okay.
ini contoh ini ya.
Yes.
Contoh. There are some libraries that already implement and supporting the researchers who are doing the systematic research. And they also have, and for example, like the NUS library, ini Mbak Liz taking, for example, in here, there are some columns here that basically what they're trying to help the researchers to break down and narrowing down the research of their students. The focus here is the focus research question. So what's your questions? And I mean, what's your research here actually? And the key concepts, that's content of concept 1, concept 2, and we have used the critical process, and here they use a dementia. The free text term, natural, we call it in the previous slide is the synonym. In here they call it a free text here. So what are the words that you would like to explore? For example, there is a dementia, dementias, Alzheimer's, and everything here. It can be a good idea for a librarian who also are supporting their student or research who are conducting a literature review.
Next.
Mau nambahin sesuatu? Do you want anything else?
No. We've already made a template for you to try if you want to make a PICO breakdown with your own problem, your own research topic. So if you can access the QR code, and download the template, you
Sama
can
seperti ini. Berarti tidak.
works
Oh,
on it.
beda.
The template is quite different because
Different, yeah, it's different.
we customize it. And
Ya, lanjut balik.
and this is
Keyword.
there are several things if you want to find keywords. The first one, consider the plural or singular form, because sometimes some authors use keywords in a singular form, but others use the plural form. So either forms should be included or it should be identified as synonyms. And then find the synonym, like curriculum sometimes is written as curricula or syllabus. And then, for example, here, elderly sometimes is written as older adults, aging population, or senior citizens. You should also consider using scientific and common names. Like we usually use turmeric, but for the scientific field, it is usually use curcuma longa, for example, or COVID-19. There are many varieties of naming the
Yeah.
the disease, sometimes using the SARS, CoV, etc. So you have to identify the scientific names, and then consider the acronyms, because sometimes people use the abbreviated version and others use the longer version of naming it. Like SDG, for example, some might written as SDGs, but others use sustainable development goals. And then country-specific terms. This is quite difficult because we are not accustomed to identifying, is this a UK based British or English.
Even the thesis here in UK, they use like a thesis, but in Australia they don't use I but E. So like a thesis. So there's still some variations in different countries. It looks like it's not really important, but when it comes to finding a papers, there's always some opportunity that maybe some other people are using different terms alphabetically it's different.
And then here comes the spelling variations too. Sometimes people use, this is part of the English, British and English. Sometimes people use different spelling, so we have to identify that variations too. Like organization, sometimes people use Z instead of S, for example.
How do you write organization?
Sometimes with S.
Depends on the journal. It depends on the words, the Microsoft Word that you install. Is it like a British?
You can change the language of Microsoft Word. It depends on the journal guidelines.
Right.
They say American English, you go for it. They say UK, you go for it.
Right. Yeah. So there are some variations. Yes.
So, since we have already identified the keywords, the next step is constructing a search string. So, you have to remember some rules, because we are talking to machine. We have to understand their language instead of they trying to understand our language. So we use syntax. Boolean operators, truncation, wildcards, proximity operators, and even when you search for particular things in a database, you have to identify on what field are we going to search. On the search field, or on the title field or the abstract field or any others. This is to remind you the basic rules. This is usually used when we are using any database, including search engines. We have operator N, R, and NOT. Operator N is usually used when you want to specify your search. Means when we have to we have to combine two concepts, then we have operator N. The illustration is like that. The more concepts you are adding, the specific information you are going to get. So the fewer literatures you are going to obtain. And the second one is R. It is used to extend your literature search. So you told the machine to find two different concepts. So you are broadening the search. And then the last one, operator not, it's used to exclude. Yeah. So you tell the machine, please find something, but do not include this one. So this can be used in a single string by combining which one should be using N and which one should be added by or etc. Another search syntax that should be combined is phrase searching. Have you ever tried to use parentheses before and the end of a phrase? This is very useful when you want to search for a particular phrase. So if you want to search for that particular item, you should combine it by adding the parentheses. And the next one is truncation, where you put an asterisk symbol at the end of the root. What would you call this? Root word?
Yeah, well,
like this one. There are many variations of that comes from the word child, children, childhood,
childish.
childish. So if you want to gather all of those varieties that comes from the word child, you can just put the asterisk symbol.
Asterisk, yeah.
That will ask the machine to bring out all of the variations. Here we have educate with asterisk. It comes with educate, education, educated, educational, etc. And then there is a wildcard. The symbol used is question mark. It will be put in the position where the varieties might come, like color. Some people might write it COLOR, but others might spell it COLOUR. So we put in the middle the question mark. But bear in mind that different databases will have different search syntax. Not all allow you to use this search syntax. So you have to be very careful. You have to look at the database and see what requirements or what rules that they allow you to use. And then here, what would you call it? Bracket?
Yeah.
Yeah. The use of bracket?
Parenthesis.
Parenthesis.
Yeah. Tanda kurung.
Ah, yeah, parenthesis.
Parenthesis,
Yes.
yeah.
Yes, the use of parentheses is also important. Where you put will be very what would you call that? Will influence the result you are going to get. So, for example, here if you put it on the two first words, will be different when we use it.
Yeah.
We put it in the last two words. So you have to be very mindful when you have to put the parentheses. Another note, when you are conducting a literature search, it is advised for you to write down and make a search log so you can take notes on what databases you use, the search query you use, and then the date. It is particularly important because when you search for literature for a different time period, you will have different results. So this is important. And then the number of search results, this is also important because you can customize and refine the search process by identifying the number of search results you get. If it's too much, then you have to make a refinement to the search string and customize it. And then screening process and its output, it is also important. The criteria you use when filtering down the list. For example, I only need papers from a particular journals. That is also part of the screening process. So this is the query we use to collect the data from Scopus. The data is on the Google Drive you are accessing. So if you want, you can download the data. Okay. Have you downloaded the data? Or do you prefer to
Search by yourself.
search by your own topic?
Okay.
Okay, this is a hands-on session. So if you want to find the information, but for your own topic, feel free to search for the literature. Let us know if you are using the data we've provided or you want to find for your own topic.
Kita akan cari data dulu ini ya.
Yeah. Pesan itu dulu. Pesan.
Yes.
We have to install the USB.
Sorry?
We have to install the USB.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
But you have to install Java first. I forget to tell you.
Untuk Visualnya ya.
Yeah. And First viewer is a software that runs in Java environment, so you have to firmware-nya itu runningnya di Java. Jadi kalau Java-nya sudah terinstall, baru bisa dipakai firmware-nya.
Prefer mau nyari sendiri atau you can create your own set or using the data set that's from. Sedang riset apa sekarang dari?
Sukses.
Oh, oke.
Tinggal download first viewer-nya.
Saya sudah dulu, Pak.
Datasetnya
Oh, ya.
ke first viewer-nya.
Tinggal dibuka
Oke.
kalau ini.
Perlu bantuan, Bu?
Bentar.
Oh, itu tampilan zoom-nya ya, Bu ya. Audience tulis. Dia nanya apa ini? Offline audience only. Oh. Nah,
Bapak topiknya apa, Pak?
oke, ibu bisa membuat search query sendiri atau
pakai template yang
ambil
ini
dataset
dulu
yang
aja,
tadi di
nanti
barcode yang
buat
ada di
yang
awal tadi itu.
search template yang sudah kami
Sempat moto
unggah
belum,
di
Bu,
Google
tadi?
Drive. Ya,
Belum
ya
ya?
itu dicoba dulu, nanti baru. Nah, iya.
Iya,
Nanti
ya,
biar bisa.
betul. Dimasukkan ke first viewer. Iya, ya, first viewer. Tapi sudah ada first viewernya, Bu ya? Belum ya? Sudah ada awalnya sih. Nih.
Kritikan dari Ahmad tadi. Ahmad yang di sini tadi.
Oh, ya, terus dari Pak siapa? Pak yang tadi? Pak Ahmad.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes.
Ahmad.
Oke, ya.
Enaknya gimana?
Kayaknya mereka udah pada ngambil yang dataset itu. Ini bisa di
Ini ya, langsung
mau
di open
dimasuk,
refine.
mau di open refine. Jadi ibu yang belakang juga sudah.
Ya.
Depannya juga sudah.
Is there any of you who want to use your own data instead of the data we are providing?
The first barcode that we saw, it contains data that Ibu Liz have downloaded. That it's ready to be import nanti ya, diimport nanti ya, dimasukkan ke refine. Ibu kata desain.
Okay.
Mau pakai ini harus di refine kan ya?
Iya.
Harus di refine dulu.
Iya, kalau enggak hasilnya tidak.
Bagus.
Iya. Yes.
Ada ekstrak data di sini.
Iya. Ini udah selesai. Download filenya sudah. Yang data dari data
You okay?
CSV.
You good?
Saya tadi share link QR code.
Okay.
Di QR code-nya itu ada.
Oh, the data. You can download it from the first.
Nah ini AI
the first
literacy
slide,
Scopus
I
expert
think.
ya, itu di download dulu.
Okay, and
Iya,
that
di
one.
download aja.
Yeah.
Oh benar-benar itu udah di download nih.
If you
Kembali ke folder.
take a photo of it.
Oh ya sudah, ya CSV. Oke. Nah,
Actually,
saya
it's a Google Drive.
step by step ininya ya, data cleaningnya sudah download. Open refine-nya sudah dibuka.
Yes.
Sudah
Just the
di-download?
data.
Open refine.
So the data that we have exported is in the first file. Yeah.
Ya.
That's the first view.
Di cleaning dulu sebelum sudah
Before we
siap
go
datanya
there,
pakai data sendiri.
we will do the refine data first.
Siap.
So we'll go to the open refine. That one, ya biasa.
Ya.
Kita kesana dulu ya,
Ya.
sebelum ke first view.
Iya, betul. So, are you done with the data? Can we proceed with data cleaning? Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's better. But before we proceed here, we will clean the data first using the open refine. Actually, yeah. Udah dapat.
Udah jam 5.10.
Oh, dan keluarnya bareng tetap.
Oh ya. Itu kan kalau Sampina kan berarti jam 6 tetap ada, jam 7 tetap ada kan. Ini satu-satunya sore itu cuma ada di jam segitu Pak Eri.
Ini tiap komputer mereka sudah ada fast finger-nya. Apa diberitahu Mbak Ria ya? Install fast finger.
Oh ini
linknya
linknya,
udah fast finger-nya.
link Google Drive-nya udah saya share ke Mbak Ria.
Oh.
Mungkin udah di-inform kalau ini
Iya,
nanti
iya, iya.
bisa diakses, bisa di-download
Oh.
software.
Ini pesertanya banyak juga loh Mbak Des.
Nah iya, iya. Saya itu kemarin harus memastikan ke kemungkinan saya harus pakai apa absensi Alina apa enggak.
Oh, saya belum bilang. Dapat airnya nggak ya?
Kalau saya enggak, karena saya cuma nyuciin surat tugas izin untuk hari ini.
Saya tak bilang ke pegawai lupa.
Coba tanya ya,
Oh,
coba
iya,
ditanyakan.
iya.
Kalau Pak Eri ada surat tugas SPPD, berarti iya harus ada Alina. Karena itu kan kayak ngetek lokasi Pak Eri kan, beneran sampai.
Langsung aja kali Alina ya.
Iya,
Coba
coba.
sih. Coba. Lupa saya. Kalau bisa berarti ya sudah berhasil.
Iya. Iya. Kalau belum.
Oh, enggak bisa.
Nggak bisa.
Enggak bisa. Tanya dulu ke kepegawaian berarti.
Saya nanya ke kepegawaian, nggak usah Mbak. Soalnya kan nggak pakai SPPD tuh.
Oh, berarti enggak
Ya,
betul.
kalau ada SPPD nanti
Berarti.
absennya pakai untuk memastikan nyampe lokasi.
Okay. Iya betul. Saya kan lupa nama kepegawaian saya. Pak Fatma.
Ngajuinnya dari apa ya kemarin?
Lama, jalan.
Iya. So can we proceed? Are you done with the data? Okay? Or shall we wait? Yeah. when you want to clean the data, you will use an Open Refine. So we will open the software. You will be directed to a browser. So Open Refine usually works on HTML or
Yeah.
browser environment. So this is what you will get. Once you have this, Open Refine, you should open the file by clicking Choose Files. And then pick the data that you want. You can use your own, or I am using the examples that I've prepared for you to download in the Google Drive. And then click Next. Are you on this, or should I wait for you to follow?
Always wait. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Oh, still extracting. Oh.
Yes. In a minute. Hallelujah. But if it works too slow, I usually copy the URL and put it in another browser. For example, if by default I'm using Edge, I will copy the URL and put it on Mozilla. It usually works faster.
Frustrating.
Yeah. So you can choose
And you got
the
data
file.
already. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Very top.
AI. Yes. That is the sample data. And then click Next.
All right.
If you see the name of the file, then we can click Next. Then you have this result. Are we on the same page?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, nggak apa-apa.
Saya sudah mendownload semuanya.
Dan di filenya juga sudah ada tutorialnya step by step. So if you want to follow the tutorial, yes, I've already put the details of every step. So it should be fine if you don't follow this session. Okay.
For your time. And helping.
Oh, itu.
Ada yang tahu nanti diskusinya.
Siap.
Bergabung dalam tim.
Siap. Iya. What is happening?
Wifi-nya mati, please. Oh. Oh. Tidak boleh.
Terima kasih banyak.
Ini tampilannya emang ini. Oh, kenapa? Oh, ya. Actually, I've already put the details of every step when you are working with your data, conducting data cleaning using OpenRefine. So if you missed this session, it's okay. You can try it yourself. So shall we proceed? Shall we proceed or
You okay? Yeah, you okay?
okay?
Yeah, this one's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Where's the data? This one. I little see. Yes. Open and click next. Okay, good. Sudah. Sit here. Okay, yeah. Nanti tampilannya seperti itu. What's hard versus? Yeah, done. You have entered all the data here. Yeah.
Aman, Mbak? Oh iya.
Oh,
Iya.
sebentar. Kita pakai itu dulu.
format RIS. Tapi hasil ya RIS bisa, cuman nanti beberapa menu mungkin nggak muncul. Nge-lag. Dia udah muncul di situ belum? Udah.
Oke.
Or
Sekarang perlu buka apa?
siapa?
Perlu buka passwordnya berarti.
Iya, perlu buka. So
Ya.
it would take quite some time if we want to conduct data cleaning. We will use the data and analyze it directly using Fast Viewer, and we will see if there are some data that needs to be merged or cleaned. Then we will go back to OpenRefine and do the data cleaning. So now you can open Fast Viewer. We will try to analyze the data that we've already put on the Google Drive. Okay. Are we good? Can we proceed?
Yeah. Do you have Fast Viewer installed?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Can we proceed?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So you can open the Create menu and then click on the second option when choosing type of data. So we will click on the Create a map based on bibliographic data. This is because we have collected data from Scopus, so we will use the second option, create a map based on bibliographic data, and then click Next. Are we good? And then you should choose the second choice, read data from bibliographic database files, because we get the data from Scopus. Here, we get the data from Scopus, and then click Next.
Lambat ya?
Yeah.
Nge-lag.
Yeah. And then you have to, lama.
Nge-lag ya Mas ya? Nge-lag ya?
Nge-lag ya.
Nge-lag ya. Sudah jam 3 sore.
Waktunya ngopi.
Oh, cabut dulu. Cabut dulu.
Unplug and block.
Ya.
Belum.
Oke.
So if you get to this step, you have to pay attention to these options, the type options, because we use data from Scopus. You have to activate the Scopus tab, and then you will have to use and call the data from di operator Pak Heri. Ya, itu ada di bagian downloads. Downloads, up, home. Di home aja. Di library ada downloads, di bagian downloads. Iya. Terus nanti ada AI, diketik dulu. AI dulu aja Pak Heri. AI. Terus manual.
Udah ada.
Ada di situ sih. Digeser ininya.
Oh, turun.
Bukan. Maaf. AI literacy. And then click next.
It's lagging. It's lagging, yeah.
So,
Iya. Oke,
Are
data
you-
yang tadi CSV
Yes,
file tadi
the CSV
dimasukin
file.
sudah. Oh, oke, ya, betul ya.
yes, next. Okay. Yes. Are we good? Can we proceed to the next step? Nge-lag lagi.
Iya. Lagi. What next? Saya lantas berdiri.
Ya,
Kemudian pilih filenya.
jadi biru.
Apa saya di situ nggak list tinggal bilang di sini.
Hmm,
Bingung nanti ya.
yeah. So when you've already opened the data, the next step is, so here. When we want to analyze the data using First Viewer, there are 5 types of analysis we can use. The first one is co-authorship. This is usually chosen when you want to analyze researchers' collaboration pattern. And then co-occurrence, this is used when you want to map the topics of the research. So you get a semantic map. Instead of the name of the authors, you get the topics or the keywords of the research topics. And then citation, it is used to map the citations of those references used in the literatures. And then bibliographic coupling, as we've been discussing this morning, how we see the recent publications that are connected. And then co-citation is used to map those documents or authors who have a foundational contribution. So because we actually can try this one, citation mapping. You can choose the citation and then nge-lag
Iya. Citation. Iya, nge-lag lagi.
Nge-lag lagi.
And then after citation. Click citation and then nge-lag.
Nge-lag. Citation? Yes. So if we choose colorful. So different type of analysis will show you different unit of analysis. For example, if we use citation analysis, then the unit analysis observed can be documents. It means which papers get the most citations. And then the sources, it is identifying the journals. And then authors, who are the prominent authors. And then organizations, and countries. So we can try the citation of documents and unit analysis. If we have determined that we want to analyze the citation of documents, we can click next. Don't ever click finish because this is a step by step. Every step will have its consequences.
Okay. So
Next.
it's document.
Next.
It's a document. Citation and document.
Yes, citation and document.
Okay.
And then next.
Citation, document, and then click next.
Citation, documents, next.
Okay.
The first viewer. The file. Create. Next. Read data from bibliographic next. Scopus udah kepanggil, oke, next. Nah ini citation,
And then just threshold. That. Yeah. Minimum numbers of citation of document.
Sudah lelah,
Yeah.
makanya nge-lag. Yeah. Okay. The next step is choosing threshold actually, but
Yeah.
we have technical issues.
Yeah. How many?
Okay, this is the next step, choosing threshold. Threshold is actually how we filter the literatures. So if we want to have simple visualization, or we want to identify the top 10 or the top 20, then we can get the citation number at a certain value. For example, if we raise the threshold into 5, then the last documents that pass the filtering process. So we can try to raise the threshold into 5, for example.
5. Yeah.
Enter.
Enter.
Yes. So when we raise the threshold into 5, we have only 13 documents. It means that only 13 documents that have citation 5 and above. So let's say we want to try to visualize the 13 papers, then we can click next. Okay, next. Okay. Okay, we can click finish. No connection at all. We can click one of the papers. So when we generate a citation-based mapping like this, each node, we call these nodes. Each circle is called nodes.
Yeah.
So each nodes represent a document. So this one, among these documents, the ones that got most citation is either Kong 2023
Yes.
is for the citation number is 554. So if you want to find more information about that specific node, you can
154.
refer to this information below. Kong 2021. And here we have Kong, but his paper was written in 2021. It has only 129 citations. But we can see here that Kong seems to be the most productive author because he has this one, this
2025.
one,
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah.
He has so many papers related to artificial intelligence. So we can say that he is the prominent author
Yeah.
about this topic. So if we want to explore further about his works, about his research,
Yeah.
then we mostly get papers on information in not information literacy, but
AI.
AI. So this is one way to explore further by conducting a citation analysis. So if we want to explore further and find other literatures, we can find the works of Kong because he is the most prominent authors.
I think you want to ask something.
I wanted to ask,
Mhm.
on Kong 2022, how do you identify the number of citations here?
2022.
2022 here.
2022. How many citations he get can be observed from this.
Numbers down there.
So on the lower right.
On a tab.
Left.
Yeah. On the left tab. Left tab. Yeah.
So
Yeah, 85.
85.
Yeah, 85.
So this is this indicates how many citations its paper have. The bigger the node, then it indicates that it has higher citation. This is one way to explore. Let's try another method, bibliographic coupling or co-citation analysis. We have to rerun then. If we want to conduct a bibliometric analysis, we can click the create menu.
Yeah.
And then the same stage, create a map based on bibliographic data next. And then we use the same data, so click next.
Yeah.
And then the same data, click next. And then click on bibliographic coupling.
Okay.
Now, the options when we want to conduct a bibliographic coupling analysis are documents, sources or journals, and then authors, organizations, or countries. If we want to find literatures, then the option is documents as unit analysis. So bibliographic and documents, and then click next. This is the threshold is, like I said, this is a kind of filtering. How many documents do you want to find? If you want to find as many as possible, then we can lower the threshold. But if you want to find the most prominent one, then you can raise the threshold. Let's just say we want to find all those 60
No,
documents, then click next.
All document.
60. Okay, click next. Okay. This is okay, Kong, all about Kong.
Yeah.
If you want to sort by the number of citations, you can also click on this text. Click once more. This one. Yes. No. Now we can see documents with the most citations. Kong 2023, another Kong 2021, Kong 2022. So it's consistent with our finding that citation analysis. Kong is the most prominent authors, having that many citations. And then we click finish. So sometimes there's a pop-up menu asking or confirming, do we want to visualize only the related documents or the whole documents? Because sometimes you can see there's one
connection.
or two notes that are not connected. Then if you want to ignore those outliers, then you can just choose, do you want to show this set? Let's ignore it by clicking yes.
Cool.
So this is the bibliographic coupling mapping using the data on artificial intelligence. We can see that Kong is consistently become the author that has that many citations. I suspect this is also Kong. The green one, the green one that overlap is Kong also. Let's confirm it, Pak Heri. There's the one behind Kong, another Kong, and behind that, I think this is 3 notes overlapping. Yes, overlap. This is Kong. So this author made consistent theme because he has so many papers. Would that mean that he self-cite because this connects too close?
Together,
So let's see the clustering, Pak Heri. Let's ignore Kong. So we have here, like I said, each node represents a document, and the size of the node represents how many citations it gets. But we can see that there are nodes that are positioned so close, so we can interpret it as those papers has closer relationship, because we previously used bibliographic coupling relationship. So nodes that are close have bibliographic coupling relationship higher than those nodes which are in a distance. So this is how we identify which papers have the most or the higher relationship among papers, among documents. So we have one cluster, the red cluster, and then the green cluster, the second cluster, and then the blue. This is the third,
Yeah.
fourth, fifth. So we have 5 clusters of documents. Okay, so next we will see the overlay visualization. Okay, this is, what would you call this? There is a spectrum of colors that can be used to identify
Current.
the publication year of each
Current,
document.
yeah.
So if you want to find recent papers, you have to find the notes with brighter color. So here we have yellow color in Lee, and then we have yellow color on OD, Donadel 2066, and then Jakarta. So we can identify the new papers based on the colors. It is interesting to see these notes because it is published in 2026, yet it gets many citations because the note is quite big actually.
Yeah.
So this kind of characteristics is very important to notice because it is recent, yet it is highly cited.
Yeah.
So we can check on this by
Yeah.
what is his paper. When you are generating a map based on bibliographic coupling, interestingly, you can
Yeah.
double click these notes and it will direct you to the full text or the website of the paper itself. Let's check it.
So we try.
Yes. So this is how it works because it is using recent data. So when you click on those notes, double click on those notes, we will be directed to the main
Yeah.
source of the
Okay.
paper. So, this is why it is interesting because it identifies factors. It's like collecting
Right.
what are
Yeah.
the elements that and it has 2 different geography, UK and Hong Kong,
Kong
and
context.
comparing those might be different contexts within in Hong Kong and UK. So this is how it works when you want to find literatures using bibliographic data. This is much easier for you than having to collect one by one because when you are generating such map, what we previously showed, you have all the literatures. You just need to pick up which one is interesting.
Yeah.
Like this one is quite
Yeah.
this one is quite prominent because it's new, yet it gets lots of citation.
That list times up.
My professor usually point me, find recent literatures,
Yeah.
but have citations.
Yeah.
Because it shows that many people are interested in his idea because that idea would be
Yeah.
something will grow even more in the next years. So
think
this is an example of how we can use bibliographic coupling. Shall we try the quotient?
Times up. See what
It's
is- yeah.
times.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
I think I encountered a technical problem when I was opening my data. When I created the file, after reaching this stage, on next, I added the 60.
Because this is the threshold. Like the threshold is like filtering based on how many citations each document have. Not many publications have that kind of number of citations. Documents might only have one citation, two citations. So if you put 60 as the threshold of the filtering, then none will result. So you have to lower the threshold so that you can get the result. By lowering the threshold, then you have more literatures that can be visualized using this tool. Yes. Let's try 5. $15. Previously.
0.
Yes, 0. Because we want to get all of them. That is why when you choose 60 instead, I guess this is the end of our session.
Yeah.
Please feel free to contact us if you
Yeah.
want to know further about this method. And I think we will.
Well, yeah. So from this map, then hopefully the aims of this event is achieved, because now we know who are the authors for the topics that we are looking for, and from here too we know how influence in the area there. So you now have the view of it. For example, here is Kong, but I agree with Balis, because here, even though he is smaller nodes rather than Kong, but knowing that he had like a lot of citations, by wondering that still 2026, which means still this year, then who is this? Then truly researcher will need to know, will curious, what's the finding and who's history writing of Odia? And again, this gives us an idea of, oh, maybe he's like the most influencing, or we can say maybe he's one of the key authors. So definitely Odia and Kong need to be maybe one or two in your reading list. And if have a influencing, then maybe they are the one that maybe you need to cite. Thank you, but list is very interesting, and hopefully it's very useful for you. And there are lots more things that to be discussed, but we have reached the end of time. So thank you, and please give applause to Batlis. Thank you. And I will turn back to the MC. Thank you.
All right, everyone, how are you feeling today?
Exhausted.
Still on fire. Still on fire.
So, series. So make sure that you don't miss it. And tomorrow we will start at 9 a.m. So don't miss it, yeah? Okay. Before we conclude today's session, we would like to take a moment our sincere appreciation to our distinguished speaker and moderator. We would like to present a certificate to appreciate to our distinguished speaker and moderator. For head of UNS Library, please come on stage. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and making this session truly inspiring and meaningful.
Terima kasih ya Ibu Chief Learning Experience sebagai fasilitator.
Okay, once more. Okay. Once more for souvenir. Yeah.
Souvenirnya diterima saja.
Okay.
Foto lagi. Oh ya.
Okay. Thank you for speaker and moderator. And as we wrap up day 2, thank you to all of participants for your active participation and enthusiasm today. I hope that this session have strengthened your research and writing skill. Have a great day and see you tomorrow for our final day. See you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Please applause for us. Yay. Langsung raise hand.